Bing doo doo. Okay, well that seems to work. Ding doo doo. That seems busted. I wonder if I broke something. It's supposed to be outlines. That's odd. Well, whatever. We'll come back to that. I don't know what docs to write. What's up? What docs need to get written is the question. Unfortunately, I feel like there's a lot. I just discovered that this seems busted. There's supposed to be outlines on this. And I'm not sure if I broke that. I'm inclined to believe that I did. But I don't remember when I changed anything to do with drawing. But if I look up the Scooter plugin that someone made, I seem to recall there being outlines. Yeah. They draw outlines. Maybe it's a theme thing? No, it's all broken. It's all broken. Well, that's tough. I guess we can go look at it. I don't even know where I put it. Maybe it's just installed. It is. let's check the window drawing. Man, I don't remember if I changed this. Guess I can look at my latest commits. Let's see. Could be that. Could be that. But do they even use that? They do. That's probably it. That would be nice to fix. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, that is it. Okay. That's a good little fix, huh? What am I doing? If the area clip right. I don't even remember what block render does. Render the given block over the given rect onto the provided buffer. Very helpful, docs. Me? Very helpful, docs. I know, I'm shocked I figured that out. I guess it's the only thing I've changed in a few weeks. I haven't enabled the JIT yet on Helix, like by default. I haven't put it on. I'm planning to soon, but I'll have it be like opt-in. Some people don't want it. But what does this do? So this is the box area. Make block. I guess it can't be out of bounds, can it? I guess it doesn't have... Oh, this is the buffer area. If the area... What is the buffer area? I don't even know. This is a curse. I write all this stuff and I forget. Buffer area, the area represented by this buffer. I mean, I guess I can just... I guess that's probably better. What am I checking? What is the right? I guess... I have also considered this. That's a... I think it would be very fun. I haven't used Ratatouille in a while. Like the new one. I think the last I touched it was pre-fork or pre-whatever when 2RS. But yeah, I think it would be very cool. I've been building a Settlers of Catan. Well, I started making a Settlers of Catan using Ratatouille. And then I got really tired of it because it was kind of hard to draw the hexagons. I succeeded and then gave up because it was a pain in the ass. Not my favorite. But I agree. I think you could do it reasonably well. I think the problem is mostly Helix comes with all of the hard stuff already. Like a lot of the hard stuff. Of the, the syntax highlighting, the tree sitter stuff, the LSP stuff. That is annoying to do. So I think if you had a lot of time on your hands or you had something like, I think if I didn't do this, I would be doing that, I guess is my point. But I wouldn't stop anybody from doing it. I think it would be really fun. Like this is my Catan. And I just added steel to it last night. This is new. But I put steel into it. So eventually I'm going to write the bots with steel. It needs some love, all right? But for example, the scaling's all goofy. So things don't work. I'm using Raylib. The Rust bindings to Raylib, but there's no other engine. I just made like a really crappy ECS. So it's not I don't know. I tried using some of the out of box ECSs and I realized that I don't yeah, I know. Well, they're the Rust. There's a Rust library. Someone did it. I didn't do it. I also did SDL2 for a while, and then I decided I'll just use Raylib because it was... Most of the hard part is not the draw... Like, I don't know. I've tried to use ECSs before, and something about it didn't click with me. Like, I tried using Bevy. It didn't line up with me. Like, it's cool. I really think it's a good idea. But I don't know if I just needed more... I needed to see more of what was happening in order to understand it. So then I just built like a event loop with Raylib. Like I made like an event pump and made some components, and here we are. But it seems to work really well, like so far. But yeah, I realized like I don't need the ECS when I'm gonna have like 100 entities max in this game. Like probably less, probably like 15. Like I just have like the way I've implemented it is a little ugly, but you can implement individual like UI components on their own, and I have like a little layering system, so I can. It's basically the same sort of rendering stack that Helix uses. I kind of like yoinked the idea where you have your layers and you push and pop components off. Kind of the same idea. But yeah, I do think ECS is good when you have like a billion things on the screen, though. Definitely. Otherwise, I think it gets a little unwieldy. But for this, I'm like, look, I'm going to have like, this is a board game. Nothing too crazy. But let me fix this. Let me fix this. I'm not even sure I need this. I think the problem is I need to have like a render that does bounds checking. Because someone was saying that it's really easy to make Helix crash when writing components, and that's 100% true because none of the rendering stack behaves. I guess I need to check the left first. And then I'll check the left and is the bottom just Y? Well, let's try this. So if this is less than the buffer area, we'll make the buffer, we'll do that. And then if this is, we'll do that. So if the area that we're trying to render against is out of bounds on the left and the top. And now if the area right is greater than the area on the right, we're just going to do the area width is the buff area width. We're just clamping. But I thought I was doing that before, but I guess I did it wrong. And I don't necessarily care to investigate that much further. It's a bummer. I saw a Jupyter Notebook implementation this morning in Steel that seemed really cool. I was poking around with it. It looks like someone just generated all of the code with one of the many AI tools, and maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, but they didn't commit any of the Rust code that it in theory depends on. Whether or not it actually exists is unknown. I have no idea. So it could have just been an oversight and maybe the whole thing works, which would be awesome because Jupyter Notebooks are sweet for when they're useful. All right, let's try. That's even worse. So that is awful. Okay, so that was not it. I know. I'm having a tough time maintaining motivation because of the inundation of just like people talking about it. Like I don't really care what you do with your time, but I want to do what I do with my time, so it's kind of annoying. I don't think that is the right way to do it. Exactly. That's what it's like at work, like unironically. I tell people, like, I've been working on a project for, like, what is it now? It's almost February. I've been working on it since, like, June of last year. And I haven't touched any of the tooling. Project's, like, almost done. And then, like, people have been getting added to the project, and they go crazy when I tell them I haven't been using it, and they get upset with me, and I don't really understand. I'm just like, like where I do think it has like some value in terms of like activation energy for exploratory work. Yeah. The I don't know where you are in the world, but there's a computer history museum in Mountain View, I think. Mountain View. I'm in the Bay Area, and they have a Lisp machine. So I've gone and seen it a few times. It's pretty cool. Great museum. Enjoy my time every time I go. I've gone a few times now. Oh, nice. Yeah. It's really nice. I feel like every time I go, there's something new there. But yeah, where I do think it's useful is like, again, activation energy for like, I have something that I maybe think is neat, especially for like some of this rendering stuff. Like, I'm not very good at interacting with the rendering tools, and it takes me some time to like figure out the drawing of the boxes and the checking the bounds and things like that. But like, I think I could see a world in which you would be like, generate me a thing, and you like mess with it for a few minutes and then go, okay, like I'm going to do it myself. I think doubling down and having it be generated the whole time from scratch is a recipe for disaster. But I think it could give you like the motivation to go do it yourself. I don't know if that's true, but at least that's what I have found. But again, I try to avoid it where possible. San Diego's nice. I've never been to San Diego. Never been. Only been to Disneyland. Get close to San Diego. Drive all the way down and stop at Disneyland. All right. I think I'm going to add a new function for blocks that do bounds checking instead of trying to manipulate the block on the way in so that I don't screw it up. I think that might be better. Okay. Do I have a steal feature here? I do. Okay, good. We'll do that. Hello. Is that you're the tree sitter guy, right? Or girl, I don't know, guy, gender agnostic. Sorry. Yeah, exactly. RNG all the way down. It's like it's neat for informed search, maybe. Like I've seen it successful where you continuously tell it it's wrong, but it has some semblance of pattern to like suggest things that it could be. Again, within a very narrow scope. But it, I like people keep telling me I'm using it wrong, which maybe is completely true, but I also think if it's supposedly so good that it should be impossible to use wrong. That like telling the user they're wrong on something like that seems a bit backwards. But yeah, like useful for some things. Like generally search. Yeah. So we were just talking about the Jupyter notebook thing. It is missing a lot of code. I don't know if it's an issue, but I can drop it here. It's like, oh, what was it called? I think it's all code gen, like as in someone generated the code. There, but there could be something there. There could be something interesting. I don't know. it's a bummer because it all looks like it would work. You try to build it and it goes, there's no code there. And you go look under the Rust, the Rust dialog that supposedly has a bunch of functions. They don't exist. So my guess is that there is probably something that works and they just forgot to commit the code. That's my guess. I opened an issue, so maybe they'll take a look and be like, "Oh crap, I forgot to put up the thing." Because if it works, that would be awesome. I at this point, I don't really care if someone puts up a Steel plugin and it's AI generated because I'm not going to win that battle. So whatever. It's not really my. It's not my place to fight. They can go ahead and do what they want. I was toying with setting up a build system because anytime I make changes to Steel, it is like I have a fairly substantive test suite that catches the majority of issues. Like I've been setting up there's some R7 RS benchmarks and I've been working on those for a while and making sure they're I get them compatible. So they're real honest to God programs and I run those and I have various things and I always, anytime I make a PR to Steel, I go open up Helix, I update it, I run things, I run all the plugins that I know to check against. But it's fairly manual, and I have devised a mechanism in my head for automating all of that. I need to sit down and do it though. And I need to set up a sandboxed environment for testing these things as well. Similarly, so that I can go find all the plugins that exist and rip them through and build them. Because now people be making, shared libraries, FFI stuff, which is fine. But all right, let's do this really quick. Fix a bug. I did not too long ago, the Helix guys put out a they changed the terminal backend to Termina. It's a new thing. I think Mike Davis did that. And a couple months back, I screwed around with setting up an in-memory PTY backend instead of the standard PTY backend, which meant, this is what I was very excited about, and then it fell off my radar, is I took Wes Term and I forked it, and I just embedded Helix into it directly. So it was kind of like the NeoVim GUI that people have made, except it's in memory. But there's two approaches, I guess. One is setting up a Tmux, a Tmux backend, and you just kind of you intercept key presses and things, and you try to check. But that doesn't give me the ability to check the in-memory state, which is what I really wanted to do. There's no great way to do that, at least not obviously to me. But with this approach that I did, I could emulate Helix entirely from in-memory. So that's on my to-do list. There's a lot of things on the to-do list. Oh, see, that would be sweet. I should check that out. So software render, so you can run, but that's for Ratatouille, right? That's not for Helix. Well, I guess you could backport it, not terribly hard, right? Maybe. I don't know. I'm grossly overestimating or underestimating the difficulty, probably. Almost assuredly. Okay. See, that would be very cool. Because I would like a native GUI for Helix just because it sounds cool. I don't know. At this point, I'm just doing it because it's neat. Because also I have this weird vision of controlling the graphics directly with Steel and not having to go through the weird terminal graphics layer if I don't have to. And that seems fun. Anyway, let me finish this. I'm just duping the code. We'll fix it later. And Do, 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 do. Ooh, what did I do? What is going on here? Why isn't it building? Something wrong? Am I crazy? Oh, the CFG. I am surprised that a lot of this doesn't already do these bounds checks, but I guess it doesn't really matter. I don't know if it's seg faults, but it definitely should. Well, it'll panic. I don't know. I don't think it'll. Maybe it's seg fault. It'll probably panic. At least for this rendering stuff, it definitely just panics. Yeah. But if you're messing around with like dilibs and you are doing some really cursed stuff where we panic, like the curse of the dilibs is that I made it possible. It's very similar to that thing I did for the tree sitter, the suggestion I had for the callbacks on the tree sitter where you wanted to like invoke a function to get the result or get the language mapping or something like that. I don't exactly remember. I need to look at that PR, by the way. I'm also inclined to like merge it in now. But I don't know. I'll wait till it gets another review pass this week or whenever. But the crux is like if you can take a steel thread and you can convert it into a function pointer. So then it's the same machinery as if you were to like spawn a native thread. I create like an instance of I create like a handle to the runtime. It's like a little engine instance that's pretty lightweight because most of it is shared. And then I bundle it into a function pointer. I say have at it. Sometimes people do that in the dilibs, and then they call steel from the dilib in like a non-reentrant way, which is good because I don't handle that well, like reentrancy, like interweaving of the rust and steel stack isn't really supported very well. Like you can do it, but it doesn't play nice with continuations. I haven't figured out how to handle that correctly. So as a result, I have actually just removed most of the, like it's just impossible. Like if you try to capture a continuation that crosses the boundary, it'll error for now. Until I figure out something better. But then if they panic there, which sometimes they do because they're trying to invoke the draw call from there, then we have a seg fault, which I've seen happen. Which is just a nightmare. Trying to debug that when someone goes, "Hey, I did some thing and it's panicking and or it's seg faulting and I don't know what it is," and I'm like, "Oh my lord." I'm gonna go try to debug that one. Almost done. Okay, and then what was I doing? It's like block, render. I'll do render with bounds. Let's check that. How about that? So what yeah, I can shoot a message to like okay, so we could do two things. All right, much better. I'll just go ahead and merge that. Yeah. 1 sec. Let me do this. Okay, so the I guess the real question is what docs need to exist that don't right now? I think on my to-do list I have, like, for the tree sitter stuff, I think we could do two things. First, we can go ahead, we could just merge it, move on with our lives. I agree though, it's glue, so it could probably be followed up with. You could also slap a feature on it, like a tree sitter bindings feature or something, I don't know. And then we could merge it. Or we could just wait. I think waiting is fine. I'm not going to... Yeah, I know. AI being good at writing docs is maybe a myth. I don't know if that's true. But the docs, I'm going to write the docs. The question is what needs to get written. So there's two components to that. I think for Helix, the only major docs that I'm missing is the event hooks, like registering hooks for various events. I think I need to just add full stop. Like, I haven't written anything about it, so I need to do that. And then for yeah, I mean, I gotta start somewhere. Because those are good anyway, because they'll integrate with the LSP. So as long as we have some semblance of, like, hey, this is what it does, I think we're in good footing. I think people grossly underestimate the length of time it takes to get real docs in. I think probably also some type of, like, tutorial, like baby's first Helix plugin kind of thing, could be helpful. And then otherwise, perhaps something like, I know Steel needs docs. I'm on the fence on, like, what kind of docs need to get written. It's tough because Steel is almost Scheme compatible. Like, the only difference between Steel and Scheme is the module system and, like, imports and exports, basically. I use Racket's provide and require. But, like, otherwise, pretty much everything is, the semantics are more or less equivalent. So it's like, do I just document the entirety of the language full stop? I don't know. Maybe. I guess I could. Okay, well, that's good on Helix, at least. I fixed a bug. Okay, I can close this now. think I'll do because there's a bunch of stuff that's just, I guess I haven't documented the theme, like making new themes either, so that's probably on the to-do list. I made a what is it, Space Max theme, like half complete Space Max theme in Steel for Helix. I have not finished that. I think there's some open issues too. I need to take a look at. Okay. Well, let's see. Completely unrelated. I don't know how to make my Catan game more interesting. Settlers of Catan is just the same. Like, I'm just trying to implement base level Catan, and then I'm gonna use Steel for mods. Trying to come up with like a spin on Catan that could be fun. That's not just the base level Catan. Not really sure yet. Open to suggestions. But okay, let's just document the hooks. Let's just document the hooks. Do that now. I also could work on the JIT. I don't know if anyone wants to watch that. It's kind of monotonous. Open to suggestions there. But let's do register hook. Awesome. Okay, so I have register hook. Yeah. Yeah, I would probably agree there. It's like I've played a lot in person with like friends and family or whatever, but I feel like like the board game, if you're playing the board game, is good. I don't really think it needs to be changed. The only reason I feel like you could do new rules in like a online Catan or like a game Catan is just because all of the bookkeeping makes the games go so much faster. I feel like you could make it more complicated. The ones that I'm toying with are like future trades where you say like, hey, I want brick now, but I'll give you 2 sheep later. And like when you play at home, you can enforce that, or most of the time people tell you, no, I'm not going to do it. But if it was like encoded in the rules, that could be fun. And then also, I think it'd be cool to like build new tiles. I don't know why. It just is like, it's like the siren call. It sounds really fun to be like, I'm going to literally extend the map. All right, catch you later. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, like a city builder. I don't know. Anyway, could be cool. Could be cool. All right, let's do this. Register hook. I probably need to put it into a module. Which module should I put it in? Kind of have this catch-all module that kind of sucks. It's just the global namespace. I don't really like that. Where do I register the modules? I do it here? When do I do this? I guess I do it like first? I don't remember. I would say hooks are probably like editor API, no? It's probably like core editor stuff. That seems like realistic. I don't want to break. I don't want to break what exists. Want an old version of Steelix? Oh, hey, how's it going? I haven't seen a reason to update on the version I'm on. Evaluating an S expression through a keybind doesn't output to the mini buffer, but entering eval S expression as a command does output to the mini buffer. Evaluating through a keybind doesn't output to the mini buffer. Right. So that's like if you highlight something and you're like, you've bound it to a key binding. Let's see. What does that do? I think I fixed that, but let's confirm. Evaluate the S expression underneath the cursor. Well, that doesn't seem to output anything to the buffer. So that's a great question. If I do space LO, space L O. Oh. Oh no, space O, excuse me. It doesn't work. Maybe, well, we can investigate that. Is it even getting called? Or is that space O? I think it probably is just a bug with the if I remember correctly, it would be because the status bar is getting like cleared. So let me take a look. Yeah, because the key binding works. Like if I go right, space O, like in, oh, you can't see, but it says evaluate in the bottom right. It's like evaluate the X expression under the cursor. So let's just goof around and see. Eval S expression. I just don't think it's doing anything. What does eval string do? Let's try. Is eval string a steal function? I think it is. Yeah. Okay, let's try that. Okay, well, it didn't do anything. Let's try. Okay, so that was a bug in just the function itself. It evaluated to here. And I think if I do it as a key binding, it's probably not even putting it to the mini buffer. I can try that. Okay, that works. So there's two components to it. The first is by default, if you call a key binding, it's not setting the status to the result of your function is not getting set to the status. So I can, but if you manually set the status, it will. So let me just go ahead and look at that. Handle key map event. What is this doing? Yeah. But I do think you're not wrong. It probably should, like, call function by name. We probably can just go ahead and set the result, because that's the same behavior if you call it a typed command. It kind of seems I don't know, seems correct to me. Okay. Let me just see. Let's try this. What am I missing? There we go. Let's well, first let's just let's see if that works, huh? And then let's make sure I didn't break anything in the meantime. All right, let's check now. There we go. Fixed. I'll push that up. I think that's preferred behavior because now they're aligned. Yep. Have functions invoked by key bindings also set their result on the status bar. All right, sweet. Thank you for that. Thank you for the reminder. I meant to look at that quite a long time ago. Someone brought it up. Don't I have work? Not today. Not today. I am on call though, so if something comes up, I will get pinged. But I don't have work. So, take with that what you will. Don't you have work? What are you doing watching Twitch? What's the deal? Nice. Tell your friends. Did you go to any other Lisp meetups? They had another one in San Francisco. I was not getting there on a Tuesday night. That is for sure. There is no chance. Starts way too late. Well, I'm glad it's helpful. I'm a noted Twitch on the side worker as well. Now you can take a break and reinstall your Helix for 15 minutes. Don't know if you like Lisp. Have you tried Steel with... Didn't you like make a whole Lisp like twice? You don't know if you like it? Or I guess you like making it, just not using it, which is completely fair. I think that's also completely fair. I think I'm at the point where if I could only use Steel, that would be super fun. In my JIT, I've been doing a lot of type inference, and I'm realizing it's awesome. I don't know. It's sweet. I think if you have that type inference, you have like a good LSP to make like jumping around a little bit easier. Although I've been kind of rocking no LSP for a while. I don't know. Something about it. It's nice. But I agree. Making the VM is fun. I do like types. Anyway. Let's do the register hook thing that I wanted to do. There is, I swear I cannot remember the name of it. There is a Lisp that does like linear types. Yes. You know it better than I do. Never used it though. I've only read the docs like 8 times being like, man, this is cool. Will, you like Settlers of Catan? keep showing this off. You don't like it? Oh my god, get out of here. I added steel to my Catan so that I can make my program be alive. But that's, you know what? Fine. Fine. You don't get to see it then. You don't get to see it. All right. Register hook. We're documenting it. Finally. Okay, so the first problem is register hook is globally available, and I don't want it to be because unfortunately it is. It would be better to not be globally available. It'll be a breaking change if I change that because I am dumb and didn't do it from the beginning. So I'll just dupe the function. I think I'll just dupe the function. And I will leave it undocumented that it's duped so that people bring it in and get the documentation. We will do that. I am going to lie. Arity 1. Template function. Man, the way I did this sucks. I need to work on this. That's okay. It's actually Arity 2, isn't it? And it doesn't even require the context. All right, we'll catch you later. No worries. Yeah, this is the only reason I'm doing this now is because I have the day off today. So typically it would be not during the workday, be the evening. But otherwise, catch you later. Have a good one. Okay. I'm just going to do this poorly. I don't know how else to do it at the moment. Actually, is it really? I feel like it's not. I feel like it's under. Is it a core editor? I'm not gonna like. Not gonna like spend too much time. Kind of feels like it's like a miscellaneous thing, but it is reasonably. No, I'll put in the editor. Okay. Register hook. And now to write the doc for it. Built-in editor. provide register hook. I'm just going to call it no bang register hook. And now to write the doc. But for now, we'll do define register hook, and this will be hook kind or event kind and callback function. And it will call helix dot register hook. And it will call we'll just do that. It's fine. All right. All right. Not be freed for the duration of the okay, so then it's going to look like register hook event kind a symbol, and the callback function is a function, and it is a well, I guess it depends. And callback function is a function. All right, what do we got? On mode switch, post insert character, post command, document focus lost, selection did change, document opened, document saved. Okay. Okay. Cool. I should probably write binding functions that like check this. Okay, so what is each one? On mode switch. Oh. Um, this is why writing docs is not that fun. We'll do register hook on mode switch lambda switch event. Let's do like we'll do like maybe like on mode. What is this called? On mode switch event. Do like mode switch old switch event. Okay, that's good. Do post insert character. Cool. I do enjoy writing quite a bit. For what it's worth, I guess. What kind of docs are you writing? Are these just like API docs or like holistic docs, technical design docs? For me, my biggest issue is I don't do a great job of writing down. Oh, well, if you're joking, but I just don't. I think through the code. Yeah, I got boomed for sure. I think through the like my thinking, like the code is the design doc for me. I don't. I do a much better job at like after the fact documenting what I was thinking. But I just toy around, and that like is a blessing and a curse. But then I just have to sit here and write down like what I did, which is takes a while. Okay, so this is pretty easy because I just passed the character. I think. Yeah, it's just the character. Is there more to the event? No, just the character. Architecture docs are generally fun. I also is one of those things. I don't have like a great tool for like doing that. I think I started using Excalidraw not too long ago. That's like a very pleasant way of documenting stuff. Yeah. Post command. This does not provide the arguments for the command, just the name of the command. Almost done. Halfway done. Nope, not even halfway done. I lied. The doc ID of the document that has lost focus. Selection did change. Why does it give the view ID? This needs some love. Selection did change. All right. Document opened. Expects a function with one argument. All right, we'll just do that for now. Let me make sure that this behaves. Okay. There we go. Docs are there. Nice. We will do just go ahead and push that as well. All right. All right, what now? Register hook done. Can keep working on steel docs, I suppose. Stuff that isn't done yet. I know the TCP docs aren't done yet, that's for sure. Let's do Let's do something here. Hmm. Don't know what to work on. Don't know what to work on. Perhaps I could do. I could work on Catan. I should probably just keep working on the steel docks. Let's see. I'll just keep doing steel docks for now. I guess I could merge in master, but then I'm just fixing merge conflicts. It's not my favorite activity. Let's just keep adding some docks for steel. That could be good. Some docks are really good here. All right, we'll do. Guess I can just yoink the rust docks basically because it's almost verbatim exactly what it's doing. So I could start there. Um, well, that works, huh? Okay. All right, this is less obvious because now the streams are returning ports. And the streams returning ports is complicated. Um, to return immediately with what? Okay. Part of the problem, it has a number of good approaches. Man, you're just rage baiting me today. It's crazy. It's like work every day at lunch. It's all anybody ever talks about. It's crazy. There's a number of good approaches to formalizing human knowledge and problem-solving behavior. AI does not provide a panacea in any area. Some, yep, effectiveness and deliverability. Yep, okay. When the expectations were not met, some looked for scapegoats. Yep, sure. Will do what they need to survive. So why share customer listening for? Yeah, I mean, if I had a lot of money that I'd be willing to bet on any outcome, then I would make a more, my words are only my words. I can say I bet it's going to go one way or I bet it's going to go another way, and it doesn't really mean anything unless I actually put some stakes in it. But I agree. It's like the expectations are crazy. Whether or not there's a, what is that? I've never heard of this, and I really don't want to. I don't want to do it. I don't want to click on it. This is a crazy website. Yeah. I'm shocked that stuff is legal, but I guess there is no one's enforcing it these days, which is, you know. All right. Okay. Yeah, the gambling. That's another thing. The gambling is crazy. I cannot believe how rampant it is. It's nonstop gambling ads everywhere. It's crazy. Okay. Well, get the writer half of this TCP stream as a port. I 100% agree. Implementing a Lisp is more fun. It takes way more time too. Okay. Exactly. You've implemented your own Lisp, right? Something like that, if I remember correctly. Nice. What's fun about what's neat about your Lisp? Anything fun? Anything unique? Or is it get it working first before you make it spicy? Not that it needs to be spicy, of course. It could just be a thing that's fun to make because it's fun to make. Don't even think this function does anything. Creates a new TCP. Oh, nice. You know, there's a PR, multiple PRs open for Steel. I'm happy to make those. I'm happy to approve them, but there are some merge conflicts because over the holidays I was working on the JIT and I merged some changes. Assuming I accept those changes, I have no idea how you get around no alloc. No standard, I understand. No alloc is crazy. That's really fun. No alloc. How do you even do that? Not sure. I should take a look at yours at some point. Okay, so pre-allocated buffer. So you know where that would be really good is a bunch of people have jumped in to um like a shocking number of people have asked about using Steel with like audio programming stuff, like digital audio workstation, things like that. And where it always ends up is that they're like, it needs no allocation, right? It needs no allocation during like the runtime of a function. Now I could guarantee like you can tinker with Steel, and you can write code in such a fashion that you don't allocate, like, and there won't be a GC pause and things like that. Like you can write your code where everything is pre-allocated, and like during the duration of some function execution, you can pretty much be guaranteed um, to say like there's no allocation or there's no like deallocation. Like you can do that. It's totally possible. Um, but it's very like niche, right? It's very hard. And they wanted like guarantees that are more generic than that. Like they wanted to write in a language that effectively could not do those things, not like is not capable of doing those things. And I think most everyone has ended up just rolling their own like JIT instead, where like you can't allocate really at all. Which I think is totally makes sense for the domain. I do think there's a way to make Steel work there, but I haven't yet gotten into that myself. I've been more I haven't dove into the whatever you call it. All the yeah. I forget what it's called. Like when you're making little like plugins for your synth and things like that. That's the idea. They don't want interruptions. So, That's fine. TCP listener. I need to add that function. If adder, I should probably put up. I have a forget what it's called. I have like a little web server and web client written. I need to clean that up. But that would probably be helpful to put in the docs to say, like, here's how you make a really crappy web server, multi-threaded web server with Steel, and then you can, do with that what you will. So we'll do like TCP listen. TCP listen 127.0.0.180. And we'll just get rid of all of that. We'll do like TCP listen, adder. And this returns a TCP listener. New function time. TCP listener local adder. Okay, well that's good. Returns the local socket adder. Okay, return the local socket adder. Okay. All right. Let's do this. Okay. All right, let's do. What does this return? TCP stream. Um, all right, I'm not going to document the non-blocking stuff because that is really cursed. Okay. New docs, more docs. Okay. All right, nice. Guess it doesn't matter. Compare and pull request. Okay. Cool. Okie doke. What now? What now? Those docs are done. I could do. Let's see. I don't even know. What is next? All right, let's do. Let's mess around with. I don't even know. I could merge in the latest changes from Helix and make sure everything is playing nice. I think there are some breaking changes, which is not fun. Or merge conflicts, I guess. I'll do that. Okay. I mean, well, okay, two answers to that. He took a look a few months back, and he said, "Looks good. We can probably merge," and he left that on the PR. And then I didn't hear from him for a while. Like, I addressed his comments, didn't hear from him for a while. I shot him a message, and he also then left a comment this week saying he was going to take another look. So he's busy. He's got stuff going on. Realistically soon, TM, given that he said that he would look at it, assuming that is true. Okay. Oh, there's only one conflict. That's not bad. Okay. Was it editor? Oh, great. Oh, buffer picker. Is that it? No, it's not it. I try to add my changes in a way that this won't happen, but it's fine. hate this. I hate this. I know exactly what the problem is. It happens every time I merge this. Every time I merge from master. God, it's annoying. Stupid 2024 edition. Ugh. Every single time I have to do this. Okay. All right, let's make sure this thing works, huh? There it is again. Hey, double piano. That's good to hear. Thank you. Scheme is fun. I mean, it's not for everybody. But I appreciate you following. Thank you. I felt myself that sharing progress that I was doing actually made it more easier to stay on top of things. It's easy to not work on it because I have, stuff going on. But when I have the time, I try to make some progress. Which part are you excited for? Is it the Helix part, or is it just steel, or is it both? Because some people don't even care about Helix. They're interested in steel because they are embedding it in something else that they're working on. Why is it compiling crane lift? I thought I didn't enable that. What? Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Why is crane lift? Why is crane lift getting compiled? What did I do? Haven't tried NeoVim or Emacs, but watched Sewing do some eLisp. Yeah, eLisp is cool. Yes, I mean that's my goal. It won't be quite as Emacs Lisp is crazy because eLisp is literally like how the editor is made. So you're just kind of like fussing with it as it's being made, which is very cool. But this won't be quite as integrated. It's probably more. It's closer to how NeoVim and Lua behave, but there's some. You can do some pretty interesting things. So, I just keep chugging along. I keep making sure it works. I think I just goofed it up, though. I don't understand because the JIT shouldn't be running, but it was compiling it. I don't know what I did. Is the JIT on by default? No. It's optional. Why is it? I don't know what I did wrong. I don't know what I did wrong. Okay, if I just build, everything's fine. It's optional. It's not in my default features. Okay. What did I do wrong? Why is crane lift in the... Why is it getting compiled? Yeah. I mean, I think if Emacs were built from scratch today, yeah, I think if you were to make Emacs from scratch today, the whole like, oh my god, it's so slow wouldn't necessarily be the case, because I think there's been a lot of understanding of how to build software like this to be faster than like before. Like, not, I'm not suggesting that Emacs is like poorly made or anything like that, but there's certain like architecture decisions that could have been made or more easily made. But yeah. Also, for a long time, eLisp wasn't JIT compiled. I think it is now, so it's probably substantively faster, but it's also, I think, single-threaded by nature. So you're going to run into a lot of just performance bottlenecks on that aspect. I'm not a modal lover, but I'm learning to love it. I like Lisp, editor by profession. Helix because it's... Yeah, Helix is really cool. I am like, I feel naked when I sit down and I'm not using a modal editor anymore. Like, something about it is bizarre to me. Like, I have to interact with like VS Code at work quite a bit just because I'm building some VS Code plugins, and I look like an idiot every time I try to type something, because I just try to start doing something and I'm inserting random characters everywhere because I think it's modal. Okay, so let's do... Well, I need to figure out why this isn't working correct. Oh, is it actually? Are they actually doing that? I remember reading about that they were doing that. So they're actually doing that migration. That's pretty cool. Godot is cool. Godot is cool, but I've never used it. I did 2 projects in Unity in college, and then I did not touch it again. I got bored. Something's wrong. I screwed something up. It should not be compiling. It should not be compiling the crane lift. I'm not sure what I did wrong. try again. No, it's bringing in crane lift. It should not bring in crane lift. Well, you may not have been here for my Settlers of Catan game. I keep showing it off. I'm very excited about it. I also enjoy writing the code more than clicking the buttons. But this will be fun because I'm going to script it with Steel. That's my fun project that I'm working on. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's Raylib Steel. That's the goal. Who? Okay, I'm. Okay, Steel Core dependencies crane lift JIT. What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? It's optional. Yeah, I remember I saw a talk about someone doing it, the Guile Emacs stuff. There was a talk or some presentation of some kind, and it looked very cool. But I think, again, it would be awesome. That was the talk. That was the, how did you just have that up? That's crazy. How did you get that so fast? No, the compatibility layer was undertaken by one person, I think. It was oh, what is his name? Robin something, right? I didn't Robin Is it? Yeah, Robin Templeton. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. I would love to see that happen, of course. I'm all for cool things. I'm all for cool things at this point. If it's cool, I'm game. I've made a mistake. Kind of losing my mind. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm a cool guy. I just got told at work that my PRs are too big. It's crazy. This is my feedback. I mean, okay. On what to answer that question, it kind of one. It's all like we're in the realm of like total preference. First off, so like Elisp has some characteristics about it that are less desirable from like a modern. I mean, literally, like yes, that's like one of the problems that people don't want to review them, but like no one else is on the project with me, so I just make the PRs because it's a greenfield project, so I don't really know what else to do. Anyway, there are some less desirable features of Elisp compared to like modern languages. Specifically, the scoping is a little whack. It's cool. Again, cool. I'm pro cool. It's cool, but just different, and people in like a modern day thing, like it's kind of weird compared to everything else. Also, Guile's had a lot of work done on performance. Like it's pretty fast relative to what it previously was. Like if you look at Guile performance from today versus like 20 years ago, it's night and day. Like they've added so many performance optimizations. It's a very impressive like piece of technology. So as a result, I think there was desire to say, hey, let's take this like really impressive piece of technology that is well made and well maintained and use it in place of eLisp, which is something a slightly more arcane and complicated. Now, that being said, I think it's incredibly difficult, but I think if they could pull it off, it's like really cool. I guess that's like I think that's pretty much it. It's just, I think it'd be if someone was like, I want to take Emacs Lisp and actually replace it with like Python or something, I'd also be like, that's pretty cool, because like it's really hard, and if they could pull it off, that's awesome. Just by virtue of it being a difficult problem. Okay, so I'm having a problem. Is that I updated Helix to my latest Steel branch, but Steel Core is pulling in Crane Lift, and I don't know why that is. I don't know why that is. Because the Crane Lift, I don't know why that is, because Crane Lift is optional. So I'm not sure why it's compiling it. And I guess I need to... I guess I need to like figure that out. My on-call is pinging me. On-call is pinging me. Okay, we're safe. We're safe. Everything's fine. Okay, so what is my problem is if I go to Steel Core, it's all of these are optional. All of these are optional. And now I go here. And I don't have it enabled. If I do that, it should obviously pull it in. Am I like losing my mind? It's all optional. And I have it behind this flag. Am I specifying the dependency wrong? Maybe. Optional dependencies cargo. I don't think it's a default feature either. Default is modules. Default is modules. Anybody have any clue what is going on here? Anyone familiar with Rust and know exactly what my problem is so they could fix it for me? Is maybe my, is it default? Oh, that's totally fine. I'll check. I would, I thought on, well, I'll check maybe on, maybe it's default up here on, I made like everything optional. I mean, my only hunch is that it's default in the workspace version. I mean, if I just like, let me just, something's wrong because this should not compile. This should not compile. Okay, well, good. It didn't compile. Why? This is crazy. Do I have dependent features? Oh, this is really bizarre. Oh, the on-call's coming for me. That's fine. I can do both. Just have to hit an approval. All right, let's do. I can't. How do you, like, does cargo, when referencing a remote, does it goof up the features? When referencing a thing? If I do it locally, does it do the same thing? Or maybe just like, because I don't want everyone to. We don't need the JIT feature's off. No, it's still doing it. It's still doing it. I don't quite understand. It's still pulling in crane lift. Did it pull it in this time? Yeah, crane lift. But why? I guess if I just I don't know what's going on. I don't know at all. Like if I disable the JIT and I build, does crane lift still? Oh, maybe crane lift still comes in. Maybe that's my problem. It's a dependency on steel core. I guess do optional. They still show up in lock file. Oh my god, there's an open issue. I don't know if this is the same, but there's an open issue from like years ago. Oh my god, you never like it when you click on it. It's got 175 comments. It's like my PR. It's horrible. Okay, so what is the crux? Optional. Huh. I didn't know this could happen. Okay, so is there any way around this? Like it's like I don't know. Basically, I need dependencies or like yeah, I think that's I'll try. Ah, fuck. Gotta do this shit again. Oops. Apologies for the swearing, but you know what? It is what it is. This is like the least. This is my least favorite part of maintaining this branch. It's like cargo update. I gotta do that. Gotta do that. Gotta do that. Yeah, I don't think anyone's watching this. That is. Okay, that seems to have done it. Maybe some weird caching stuff? I guess? It's a good. Thank you for the suggestion, though. It seems that that did it. But let's. I got nothing but respect for the dudes, for the people working on cargo. It's incredibly difficult. But see, now it comes back. Now it comes back. Now it added it when I use git. So now let me delete the lock again and try again. Okay. And now it's back. It's only when I use git as a source. When I use it locally, it's fine. Like if I do a local package reference, it's fine. What is that about? Maybe I do like... I don't know what to do exactly, but I could try... Try that. And then... Oh... You're right. You're probably right. Is there any way to tell it to like not do that? I don't want to remove. I want the JIT to be enabled by default. That's so much of a crime. Dang. Come on. Maybe there's a way I can specify the dependency directly. Like, can I pass like a sub path to it? What do you mean by cargo lock readable? I don't quite understand. Oh, hold on. Oh, am I being stupid? Oh, build doesn't even look at the lock file. Oh, it is readable. And yes, I could edit it, but I'm not going to yet. I want to do... No, that doesn't do it. What is going on? Oh. Sorry about that. That's my dog. Okay, let's do. I will show him if he comes back. He's very cute. He's very cute. Okay. Okay. I have steel enabled. But why? How? Like, I wish I knew what it was doing. That's the part that's. I'm kind of losing it. Can I say, like, cargo update steel core? It's very strange that it works. It's very strange that it works elsewhere. Like, what would the difference in the resolution be if it's running locally versus. Okay, do this. Oh, he's back. It's my dog. This is Sherman. Okay, bud. Okay, go on down. What? I can't help you right now, Sherm. Should lay down. Yeah, he's the best. That's why I like working from home when I can, because I get to hang out with him. Okay. I hopefully can figure this out today. I know, thank you. What's he doing? He's like climbing all over the bed. I don't know what he's doing. Okay, he's laying down. That's fine. Okay, what is happening? Okay, yeah, it must be pulling the lock file. I don't quite know how. Let's see. Cargo using remote lock file for. And don't worry, he'll be back. He'll be back at some point. You can get another look in the future if he comes back, or at some point in the future. It must be. It must be pulling it from the repo. But I don't know how to prove that exactly. Like, where, what do I even do? I don't know. I'm out of my depth. I don't know. I don't quite know where to, like, find that information. Are there, like, open issues? Maybe I find cargo open issues. Well, first, let me do some, like, I don't know. Doing some. just look at optional dependency issues. Feature enabled but dependent crate not added. That's not quite the same problem. I don't know. I have deleted. Does Steel Dock even have any features? Oh. Oh, that's so annoying. I think I figured it out, but I'm not going to explain until I prove it. Because otherwise, I'm going to get annoyed. Because if I'm wrong, then I'm going to be like, I explained all that and I was wrong. I don't know if this will actually work, but it might. Okay. So I think the issue is that Steel Dock, which is another library that I use for like document generation, depends it as a dependency, it pulls in the workspace version of Steel Core. And Steel Core, the workspace version, includes the JIT. So I need it to not do that. I need it to not do that. And as a result, like we're going, it's basically ignoring the fact that like my features are. Can I override a dependency? Because I would like to keep the version the same if I can in lockstep. Can I do that? I guess I just need to make all of these be features as well and have them be lined up, because otherwise it's gonna fail to work. Oh, that is so annoying. Okay, so I need to come up with something here. So we'll do. Can you set a version, like version.workspace? Is that a thing you can do? I don't know. I have no clue. Holding my thumbs, that's a good phrase. I guess I need to just propagate. I need to propagate the features from this. Me being stuck has provided motivation. At least I figured it out. Now I just need to like actually do it. That's the crux of the matter. I guess it doesn't need. I guess I can just specify the features specifically right now, and I'll just live with it. We'll do this. I'll just specify everything but the JIT. And that should be okay. Oh, I'm not going to forget this one. This one. This one's annoying. But same. I do hope I don't forget this. All right. Let's just make sure that behaves. And I'm just going to rip it to master. Hope for the best. And then try to update Helix because I want to make sure that works. Okay, building everything. Okay, it built. Let me run the dock generation. Make sure it actually runs. I'm realizing now I need to consider how I do this a little bit better. I think I need to inherit all of the features itself from Steel Core instead. Okay, it's all working. So I'm just going to go ahead. I saw that comment. I'm choosing not to engage with it. I guess like most downstream users aren't going to. They're not going to use. All right, we're back at square one. They're not going to use the steel dock probably. Famous last words, obviously. Holy shit, no way. It's still bringing in crane lift? Wait, no. There we go. Removing crane lift. Removing crane lift. We did it. God. That's... But... You've got to be kidding me. Is it still here? No. It said removing crane lift. No way. No, it's not there. Maybe it just has 515 dependencies. I will check if crane lift is here. I need to remove dependencies. I don't see crane lift. I don't see crane lift. We're cooking. If this works, I'm pushing. That was annoying. There we go. Let's see. Terminal is working. That is also working. Awesome. Okay, now we just... add that. Add that. Inevitably, someone's going to be like, completely broke on my machine on Windows 7. And I'm going to be like, oh, no. Can you use Helix bindings to navigate text inside that terminal? Unfortunately not. Unfortunately not. There are two choices that you can do when we're talking about building components in Helix. So, I mean, this is a good example. So first, okay, actually a better thing is like, I open up this window, like this isn't written inside of a text buffer. So in something like ELIS, like Emacs, you would basically open up a buffer and you would write text to it. And like, that's like the fundamental primitive is the text buffer. Okay. So that means everything you do is within, as if you're writing to a text. It's just lines of characters, right? So you can do that in Helix. I've added this, so it's like the first plugin I made was a file tree, which is basically just a buffer. So in the file tree, you can use Helix bindings to move around because it's just a buffer that I've written to with all sorts of stuff, and then I handle your updates and stuff. So you know, like all these things, and there's all sorts of little cool hooks and things, so I can like open the file with O, and I can say like new file. I have little ways to do it, and there's callbacks, right? That's all well and good. I love this. I use this like all the time. It's a great little. Took like an hour or two to write, and I haven't really had to fuss with it since. It works great. Leaves a little much to be desired from the I'm using like these little icons and stuff, but whatever, right? It works. So that's one way. But what this is, like, this isn't on a buffer, right? We're actually just in a Scratch buffer. This is like there are components and layers that comprise like a rendering stack that handle inputs. That is fairly arbitrary. So on one hand, the editor is itself a layer that is implemented using these components. Like it comprises the base layer of the application. So you have something like you have a stack of stuff, and at the bottom is the editor that is implemented this way that handles inputs and things like that. And the editor has this huge boatload of state that says like draw each line. But that layer also handles inputs. And that's where the key bindings get invoked. So if you create a new component, I have a whole system, like it's documented in like the components. There's a components file that explains like how you would do this. So that's how someone has made like this plugin. Oh, I'm on my old version. It's busted right now. I need to reinstall. I fixed this bug earlier. But like this pushes on like a screen, like a window or like whatever. It basically is like, it's a fundamental primitive. Is like draw this square, draw this text at this line. So it's very primitive. Any input handling you have to do yourself, which sucks. Obviously, that's one thing I would love to do. I would love to be able to inherit the buffer backing such that like any component could add in like a buffer backing, and I could invoke that rendering directly and that event handling. I have not done that yet. I don't think it's that easy, so it's not done yet. Which means though, for example, the terminal is itself a component. So this component just has like I'm drawing every line. And it otherwise like acts like a terminal. Like you can scroll with your scroll wheel in it and stuff. And I've handled all of that input handling. And so if I were to implement Helix key bindings in the buffer, I would need to I would either have to re-implement all of Helix and the buffering into this component, or figure out a way to like comprise it too. Text knowledge is a single. Yes. Yeah. There's a lot going on. There is probably, like, now that you bring it up, there's probably a way that we could take the rope data structure. Like, I've exposed a lot of the fundamental data structures that Helix has to Steel. So like ropes, you can interact with those like natively. So the rope is the backing structure for a buffer. And then there are key bindings that like operate against the rope in order to do the movements of the cursor and things like that. However, like, again, Helix was written in a like, right. It would be really nice to have a way to, yeah, exactly. So I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying it's not done yet. That it would require a lot of sauce. You'd have to get involved. You have to kind of go through all of the default key bindings and figure out a way to like expose decouple the existing implementations of all of the key bindings against the buffer, or figure out a way to like inherit the default buffer state. Like, I mean, we can look, right? Like, that's one of the beauty is through code, all things are possible. So for example, let's do like, this is the special sauce is impl component. So these are all like the built-in components. And as you notice, there is this impl component for editor view. So this is basically the editor. Like this is the meat and potatoes of the editor. Your core event loop of actually interacting with it. And then rendering the editor as a component. So I could look at what is an editor view comprised of. Okay, so this, in theory, if I wrapped this editor view, I could push it onto my stack, and I could make my own editor view. That could be fun. I could work on that. It could be fun. Could be fun. I'm intrigued. I've long since said Steel is very close to being able to re-implement Helix in Steel, and we might be close. How is this constructed? How do you make an editor view? Yeah, right. So this is the so they have like a compositor, which is this thing that comprises the layers that I'm mentioning, right? So it's like it's really, like, I can assure you it's actually not that complicated. It is complicated, but like it's not that complicated. Like, it's the fundamental like architecture is reasonably straightforward and relatively easy to understand if you spend some time like digesting it. So you mentioned like writing all the commands with Steel functions. So someone has actually implemented a Vim mode in Steel that you could use, where they basically went through and re-implemented all of the Vim motions. And it's not perfect, but it's pretty good. So you can use Vim bindings. They're like, again, they're pretty good. I went through and I did probably like, I don't know, maybe like 20 of the motions or something, like 20 of the functions. And then they picked it up. They just like discovered me working on it. They picked it up and implemented the rest. So there's a lot. I can drop a link in a minute when I pull it up. But okay, so here, this editor view is where this is like the base layer of the compositor is our editor view. So in theory, we could push another layer of an editor view and we could control how that's rendered. But it's complicated, right? Because there is more to the editor view than just that. Because although actually it's probably, yeah, render view. How are they doing it? Yeah, render. This could probably be done. You render view. I lost it. Yeah, if you had a document, right? So then this is where things get complicated, right? This is what I'm saying. Like, would it be nice if you could have a flat out like draggable component editable window? Like, absolutely. Where things get complicated there is that it's all integrated like into the editor. So if we go into like render view, it goes through like each document, and then each document, it like kind of passes it forward to this like to this UI component to say like render it. That being said, of course you could intercept this and do things with it, but like if you go to like insert character or something, I think it's like insert car or something like that. I forget where this is, but it's like anytime you apply a so we need to do two things. The first would be we would have to grab a document as is represented by quote the struct document, which would be like this. We'd have to like make our own document, and we'd have to wrap that. So you would have to be able to create one of these yourself. So that's the first thing. And then on top of that, we would then you'd have to manage that. So like you have to manage this document. But what I'm basically describing is there is a struct like editor, which is what I'm talking about. Like this editor struct holds all of the state that like manages all this information and then passes it through to render stuff. But it's not impossible. Right? If you just want an editable text buffer that could handle the Vim or the Helix bindings, I could probably hack at that for a while and come up with something that maybe works a little bit. Maybe it's not perfect, but it's a good idea. Maybe I screw around with this for a bit. I don't quite know how it would work, though. No standard functions would work for editing a custom document. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, let's go look. Okay, so let's thought experiment is if we go through like find till character, right? Like if I just press T or like find next character and I say like, find the next instance of C, right? And it jumps to that. Like that's the character. It would be, if we go look at that, the way it's implemented is on you pass the context, right? And the context has the editor inside of it. So in theory, we could construct our own context with our own editor and then render that editor. And then we could reuse it. We could reuse the thing. So like I can pass a context where all of these are empty, right? I can say like there's no callbacks, there's none of this. It's all empty. All is empty, all this empty. But as long as we had our own editor, it would be fine. So what would that mean? Like I could construct an editor with just one document. Basically, I could keep the editor as like a fundamental primitive with one document. Try it that way. But we end up in we're off into the territory of like it's a fine line. It's a fine line. Because right, obviously if I just like fuss with the Rust code and I change it, I goof around with the Rust code. Like, of course, I can just do that. Like, nothing is stopping me. Nothing is stopping me from just changing the Rust code. But at what point do I not want to expose the underlying primitives from Helix to Steel, in that I'm now coupling like the editor internals to an external API? Like that's the crux of the matter. And which is why it's like this whole thing has taken so long. Not because what I've done is not usable, but what I've done is like a firm handshakes with with the maintainers that say that like everything that I've exposed now, they're like responsible for not breaking, which is a bit of a tall order, right? Like it's asking a lot. If I were just like making my editor for myself, shit would have been done a long time ago. Because like I said, has been quote done for a long time ago, because I'm just making it for myself and I don't care if I break anybody. Like anything that I break is just myself. But because every function you expose is like, now it's like a contract with other people that you're not breaking, which is very difficult. So what I would have to probably do is expose like a slimmed down editor view that effectively just represents a single text buffer that doesn't really have, like, that is just wrapping the editor. Like that's probably what it would have to be. But it is interesting. I could mess around with it. Because I think that's the biggest fundamental flaw with I think NeoVim has the same problem. I think Emacs components systems have the same problem. I think like the buffer as a fundamental primitive is incredibly powerful. However, it has its limitations in that like doing anything like it's incredibly powerful, but its limitation is that it's not an arbitrary component. Which, like, you know, pros and cons. So I think most complaints I've seen from Helix is that people like implement custom components themselves. Like I saw people like anytime people have implemented PRs for new pickers or things like that, they get frustrated because they have to re-implement all of the key bindings themselves again and for movement, which is very difficult because it's a lot of work to do. But I agree, editable text buffer would go crazy if you had Helix motions in it. So now that notwithstanding, I kind of want to try to do it. So let's go ahead and try. It's difficult, but it's also like it's difficult. It's difficult, but at the same time, like it's cool, and the rule of cool wins. So as long as you're willing to like fix some shit that you break every once in a while, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Okay. I agree. Making an arbitrary component that you can render and handle inputs would be awesome. So I will try. No promises. I don't know if I'll be able to finish it today by any stretch of the imagination, but I'll start. I think it's worth looking at. Okay. So we're going to make a editor component. Well, I didn't promise that I could, but I'm going to try. All right. And inside of it, we're going to have an editor. Awesome. All right. Now the question is, how do we get all that crap? Because we need the theme loader, the syntax loader, the config, and handlers. What are handlers? Where does it get called? Handlers is new. Hasn't been around for a while. Okay. Okay, so we're going to take, I think we have to take the context. Oh, is it not here? Oh, this might be really annoying. Is this public? All of this is like public. Okay, we may do this somewhere else. Yeah, I need to do this. We'll just do it in here. It's not. You know what? I should see. Here we go. We're going to use the file tree. use the file tree. So then this is why it's awesome. Because I can just jump to it. This is why buffers are sweet. Okay. I'll just call it like a text buffer or something. Because that's kind of what it is. That's kind of what we're looking for. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Okay. So now this is what I want. Yep, okay. Yeah, that's what I want. Okay, awesome. We're going to make a component, but we need to be able to make it in the first place. Okay, so what does it take to construct a new editor? You need a area, and then you need a theme loader, a syn loader, a syntax loader. I think we can get these from the context. There we go. Boom. Awesome. And I also think we can get the config. Perfect. Perfect. Now handlers is the question. I just don't need handlers. It's a bit of a problem. How is this used? I wonder if I can just like... Probably not. This probably breaks everything. Rust Analyzer is not liking this. This intentionally doesn't implement clone. Okay. Well, maybe we don't do that. Intentionally doesn't implement cloning. Okay. So maybe I'll have to construct some like bogus handlers. Because I cannot clone handlers. Or can just do that. It doesn't like my... I think I'm really making Rust Analyzer mad. Definitely making it mad. Undeclared use of handlers. Great. Mismatched. In general, it's really fast relative to in general it's very fast relative to maybe older language servers that didn't have the same understanding of how to architect them. But Rust also has semantics that sometimes like make it slower than you would like. I need a different... This is sad. I just want to do my thing. Is that such a crime? Where do I get the config? Where do I get the config? Nah, it's pretty big at this point. I don't know. What's the... It's got almost 90,000 lines of Rust. So quite a bit. All things considered. Dude, where do I get the config from? I don't... Config. Config.clone. I just need that config. Okay, I know I can get that. Okay. Yeah, it's like I save and then take it, flashes. All right, we've made one. We've made one. All right. All right, we made one. That's nice. Now what? Okay, awesome. We've made an editor component. Now we need to like do something with it. Well, actually, we probably want it to just have one document. Let's just start there. Okay, now what exists to make a new document? Maybe like... Okay, so what I would do is there is a function like buffer, I think, or like it's just n. It's like new. Basically, I just want a new buffer, right? There we go. So I'll look at what this one does. So it does editor.new file. And we'll just say action replace because that's fine. And that gives us a new file from the document. And there's only one document. Okay, well now we have one document. That's good. Now what? Okay, now what? What comes next? Okay, so I did this recently. I swear I did this recently, like a week ago. 2 weeks ago, maybe. Let me just check what I did. I think I did... history on this file. Native rendering for Markdown. Right. That's what I want. Render native component. Yes, that's what I want. and markdown component. Awesome. That is what I wanted. It is not quite what you think it is, unfortunately. It's just like, you know how if you pop this function over, like when I say rendered, I mean like it's basically like syntax highlighted, like this, like what we have here. Not anything particularly sophisticated in terms of like actual graphical rendering. Sadly. But let's just go ahead and try this really quick. I know. Relax. We're getting there. Baby steps. Okay, so markdown component. Right. So this is what I want. Okay, so I'm going to I don't actually want to do this. Exactly. Software render integrated with Steel. Take over the world. That would be sweet. I really, that would be sweet. How do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? Okay, so what I'm trying to do is that there is native rendering stuff. But if I remember correctly, that is editor view, right? That's the component. So I need to construct an editor view. So I also need to figure out how to do that. Okay, so we have editor view. And then I need it needs to take these keys. But where do I get those keys? Where do I get the keys? Box Dyn access. Where do I get at the keys? I have no idea. I guess I could query the layers and get the keys back. Oh, actually no. I just do it the same way here. I just need the config, which I already have. All right, now we're cooking. We are cooking. Come on. All right, we're cooking. Just want to make sure it's building, and I think it is. Okay, so now we have ourselves an editor view as well. Oh, this is hard. I gotta think harder. All right, so we have an editor view. Editor view. What the heck do I do with this? Okay, so for the markdown one, in order to render the native component, I need to construct that component and push it on. I don't know if I need to do that, though. I might be able to just push the component as a wrapped Dyn component. And I can say, go ahead and just do the thing. And invoke the various things. Because what we're trying to do here is what's tricky is we have two representations of things that can fit on the layers for the rendering stack. We have native Rust code, and we also have steel components. So I added a layer which says steel components can invoke rendering from the Rust code, but we need to do the same thing sort of here, or I need to like move this thing into a shape that then can intercept keystrokes, more or less, like that. I need to be able to pass events to it. We already know that the editor view does this, but also this editor view needs to be passed the editor. So how do I do that? Because if I call like for example, editor view dot like render, I need to be able to give it the area, the frame, and the context. And that's what we do here. It says like, okay, I need to construct my bogus context here. Understood. Now I think I get it. Okay. I understand. I shockingly feel like I understand it now. All right. So we have to construct this component. So this would be we're going to ignore this context and we're going to make our own. And we're just going to inject our editor. how does this get, where does this get called? Render view. Yeah. Okay, that's what we're going to do. We're just going to say invoke render. Area frame, and then it's not gonna like this. It's not gonna like this. This is not. It's not gonna like this. Okay. We have ourselves busted component. We have ourselves a busted component. Okay. I gotta think though. I need to still intercept. I need to intercept events. And I need to apply them. How the heck do I do that? All right. Let's see. Well, first, let me just see if I can even render this thing. That's probably the first thing to do. If I can't do that, we're screwed. So let's just start there. Oh, this is difficult. Okay. Oh, this is hard. Struggling here. How do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? all the problem now. Bevy, Ratatouille. Ratatouille with Bevy ECS input events allows to be rendered in terminal or as a GUI. Would be cool to have an editor where every buffer and widget is an entity and expose all Bevy functionality, including rendering the steel. Absolutely. Would be cool. Rule of cool wins again. It doesn't matter if it's overkill, it's cool. Doesn't matter, it's cool. That's where I'm at. I don't really care if it's overkill, it's cool. I'm generally of the mindset that if something can be done, we should do it because it's neat. And what's life without a little fun, a little spice? Code is cool. Okay, so we have... Okay, I need to actually render this thing. But the problem is I also need to fuss with it. I'm struggling. I'm like stun locked. I'm trying to figure out what else to do. Let's do because I need to invoke it. I need to say push on handle input. Let's see. How is the editor view used? Okay, there is a handle event function. Right, so I want to be able to call handle event directly. With my own compositor context. Okay, I think I need to do that here as well. Basically like the exact same thing. Also cursor. Once again, AI companies have ruined that word. Okay. Shoot. Oh, actually, I don't need to do this. Nice. That just works. I thought. Nice. Okay, now we're cooking. Okay, we have handle event, properly pass through, we have render, and we have cursor. That's good. Okay. Add a couple more functions. I have to do native component handle event, which will look like this. I knew this was going to happen. It needs to just be context. What is handle event return? Oh, returning. It's basically, I can only consume. I feel like I can only consume or ignore. Just going to say it doesn't return anything. No, it should either consume. Oh, this is hard. This is hard. Because what I want to do is I want to be able to pass native components through. And I want to be able to invoke like handle event. But maybe I can't do that. Maybe I just have to let it go. Maybe I just say, maybe I don't do that for now. Let me just. I mean, I still need to do this. That's fine. I still need to do that. But I think the whole thing has to get put up on its own as a component. For now, we'll try that. And then it's okay. We'll do this. now we're talking. What is this? It's just as mute. As mute ref. And now work. Oh, it's not send. If I just go nuclear. Hello. You did not miss it. I've been streaming for a while. Fixed a bunch of bugs today. As a ref, mute. Is it not? Is editor view like not send? Oh, it's not. Um. Okay. Just compile. Why? I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. It's my own library. Steel editor custom type. What did I do wrong? Okay, it has to be. Has to implement custom type. Maybe send sync static. What is wrong? Just compile. I promise I'm not going to be doing evil things. Okay, now we're talking. Okay, I had to do some evil things, but they will be fixed in due time. Yeah, this one's a bit of a doozy. It'll be sweet if it works, though. All right. Whatever. Okay. That's progress. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to redo this, but I don't have the brain power to exactly, you know. I don't have quite the brain power to get that job done at the moment. But let's go ahead and we'll do make the editor. And then we're going to impl steel editor. We're going to turn it. We're going to make this is going to be our component. Okay, so then first I'm just going to all right, what am I trying to do? I think I did editor. All right, don't goof up. It's going to panic. Awesome. Please import. Okay, sweet. We're close. We're close. Now I just need to provide these bindings. I'll just do like... This is a doozy. We're going to register. First is make editor. We're going to make an editor component. Oh my lord. It's always like this. There we go. Okay, and then we're going to make an editor component. That's what I want. All right, we're cooking. Just don't make a mistake. If you're just joining, I'm trying to put a buffer as like a native Helix buffer as its own component. So buffers on top of buffers. So that way you can get native like navigation and whatnot. You can just have, you can say, I want an arbitrary window of foobar or whatever, and you can type in it. That's the goal. Whether we achieve that goal today, not so sure, but I'm trying. What's up? We're cooking. Okay, where did I put this stuff? Okay. Did I deviate from the scheme spec in any significant manner? Depends which spec. R5, no. It's almost entirely the same. Like, pretty much, like, to the best of my knowledge, obviously, implementation bugs aside, it's mostly verbatim. In general, like, per library functions, I attempt to implement R7 as the spec lists. Module systems and things like that, like, that's different. That's, I haven't, like, I don't do the import export business. I don't do that. I have my own module system. But with respect to, like, if you're calling like the vector library, like, I have, to the best of my ability, tried to match the spec. There are some differences in macro implementation, I think, but in general, the behavior should largely align as expected. Again, bugs aside, right? Like, there's bugs, but there's always bugs. Okay, so let me just check if this even works. All right, make editor is there. Make editor component. Did I spell it wrong? it's there. Okay, cool. Okay, now the question is, how do I do this? I have forgotten. I do push component, exclamation point. Where does that come from? That really should, that's in MISC. Okay, that really should not be in MISC. Okay. What were we doing? Make editor. Okay. Why is it a free identifier? Whatever. It should be showing up here, right? What the heck? Oh, I know why. I know why. Try this again. I overwrote the previous one. Do you deviate? I don't know if I deviate in any other way, to be honest. In general, I try to like take any arbitrary scheme spec or scheme code and try to be able to run it. Oh, okay. Lists or pairs are immutable. That's the biggest thing. Pairs are immutable. There are not mutable pairs by default. That's the biggest thing. Okay, perfect. It's picking up. And then as component, push component. All right, I don't know how I'm going to be able to quit this thing if this works, but okay, so I need to provide I think it's helix.config and also me too. I don't know if it's going to work. Area, okay, we'll just do okay, I need to see how they do this first. Terminal size. Let's do area. Let's do 200 down, or let's do like 500 down, 500 across, or 500 down, 500 over, 500 down. Let's go 500. Let's make a Okay, make editor expected 3 arguments. That's fine. Right. Is that how I did it? Yeah. All right. That's progress. It immediately crashed. Event on mode switch was registered multiple times. That's progress. Okay. I know why. So it's registering event hooks, which we don't as progress. It's this business here. Okay, so we're just going to do I'm cheating. I'm cheating. The code will be better later. Okay, now we try again. Again. I thought I fixed it. Let's try. One more time. Where? Setup fake. Did I not wipe out all of the places? What does it say? Yeah, with mute. Helix event? Helix event registry with mute. Where is that called? Oh, it's literally right up at the top. Just being silly. Okay, one more try. I'm going to be very happy if this works. This time, if we get anything to render, I'm going to be happy. No. Okay. Further progress, though. 301. Okay, so the issue was this. Get a reference to a view by index. Ensure cursor in view. Maybe I need the backtrace again. There's probably more bookkeeping that we need to do on the fake editor that we're wrapping in order to make that work. But I'm going to tease it apart one by one because I don't quite understand yet. Okay. Editor switch. Okay. Switching view. Exactly. 1 unit of progress at a time. Okay, so what are we doing? We're saying new file. Where was it panicking at? 301? I wish I had a like an actual stack trace. Because replace says... Oh, you know what? Let me look at like the start. Because they load up an empty file. Yeah. Let's just see what they do. Okay. Else. Just new file. And they go vertical split. Let's try that. I'm sure it's going to continue erroring. I'm doing some very cursed things. I also have no idea how I'll close it. I don't know how to do that. We're not there. I think I'll have to like close the terminal. Oh, yet another one. Okay. Okay, but this isn't my code, so I may have just done something wrong. Okay, it's saying that this is empty. How though? Okay. We get our component. Where was that in? It was in render. On line 56. I don't quite get it. Oh, because I didn't even give it the editor. That's crazy. No wonder. Wonder could do nothing. All right. Great question. It's because I sometimes use it, but there are more features that I want to add to it. The issue is basically some of like the scroll back isn't great. I need to work on the scroll back handling a bit more, and then just some other like unrelated just like niceties that oh baby, it's working. Something happened. Something happened. Something happened. Something happened. I don't know what. Okay, we have two editors. I think we just overlaid two editors. I don't quite understand why. Because it's like buffer. Yeah, I've overlaid a scratch buffer on top of this. And now it's like... Okay, that's fine. It's fine. Now I need to understand why. Why is it taking the whole view? All right. Oh, well, that's the real question. Because I thought I told it only use the area provided. I guess that's where would that come from? Because we pass in the terminal width. Oh. Wait. It doesn't it use the area that I passed in? Like, because didn't I have to create it with an area? I thought I did. Maybe I don't do anything with it. No, that's where the area... Oh, okay. I understand. There's two areas. Because I looked in the rendering, it'll resize the editor. It resizes the editor if the area changes. Because I think this is just a stashed. This is just stashed from the from the outside. But the thing is, I don't want it to change. So during rendering, I'm going to provide a smaller area. And that is going to be stored. We'll just say what do I do with that? Where did it come from? I don't know, man. It's just tree. Oh my god. There's too much stuff going on. No definition found? Because I call resize. Okay. Actually, I don't want that exactly. I'm just going to ignore this area, which isn't great. And then we're just going to pass this on. And then all right. Now we try. Now, I think they're very intertwined, so I don't think this is going to like work quite the way I want it to, but it could be cool. Could be cool. All right. Oh, index out of bound. See, this is what's killing me. Maybe 500 is too big. It's probably too big. Well, maybe I just zoom out a lot. Oh, 500 is huge. What am I talking about? I forgot. I was thinking pixels. I've been doing too much of that Catan game. I was thinking about pixels, worldview. I'm like, I wasn't thinking about characters. That's crazy. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Hey, there we go. It's goofy. That's funny. That's really fun. Okay, now it's horrendous, right? But there could be something there. There could be something there. I do like that. I think it'll need some love though. All right, it's pretty ugly. Let me do. I forget what area is width. Let's go like that. See, because now, okay, I can just quit. It just talks to the normal stuff, so that's good. Why are there voids up top? I didn't even see that. Oh, that's the result. I'm evaluating the buffer, and that's the result of evaluating the buffer. It's ugly, I know. It's just that's just what's happening. Okay, so the cursor is like off by 1. But only on insert mode. It's curious. And only when I'm at the top. It works elsewhere. Okay, and then obviously I have random bounds check problems because if I zoom in too much it crashes because it's too tall. Let's start like down a little bit. And let's only yeah. Okay, see now I've got a little floating window. That's not bad. But again, same issue with the cursor. I don't know if you can really see that. I don't know if it's coming through that clean, but basically the cursor gets put on the new line. That's bizarre. Well, that's fun. I don't know what more to do with that. Like, because that's cool. Because now I just like, you can have a floating buffer that's disconnected from. It does work. It does work. Like we have now, I can't do shit with it. It's stuck currently as is. I have to wire up some more functions that I haven't finished yet in order to do like more with it. Exactly. But it is just like a floating buffer that inherits all of the exact same handling. But there's some weirdness here. Like obviously this is launching with a wrong theme. Not sure why. Also, they use like the same, like, which is fine, right? But it's effectively like a whole new editor, like inside the editor. They don't really, they should share the config. Could you create scheme functions to read and write text data in this thing? Yes, I could. Should we do that? We could do that. I'm trying to think, how would I do that? I mean, it's yes. The answer is yes, we can do it. The question is how. Because I think if I like do something like, I don't know. I feel like is the command prompt like, oh yeah, like that's what, yes. I mean, okay, so using it as a terminal, there's two, I don't think, okay. Yes. There is, no, I can't switch yet. I just got it rendering. It can't switch between them. Not yet. I need to do a little bit more work. I don't think I'll be able to get that done today. But I can pick up with this another time. So, okay, to answer the questions, yes, I can get just the text. This is possible. My point is that currently currently I can't do anything with it because I am stuck locked in this buffer, this floating buffer that I can't do anything with or resize cuz it's a little goofy. Okay, so there is more crap that needs to get done in order to get this floating buffer to, or this buffer component to behave. Um, yeah. So that is, well, that was fun. To get the text, yeah, I'm like, because I put, yeah, this works. Okay, so to get the text, it wouldn't be that hard. I think I know what to do, but I need to implement a couple functions that I haven't done yet. But to do so, we would do this. So we would go to our editor here, and we would just have like, something like so then now the question is, how do I get it? Documents. I just want, there's only one document. There's already rope bindings. But let's just say we want to get it as a string. For now. Okay. Make editor. Okay. I will prove it's possible, and then I think I'm going to be done streaming. I've been streaming for almost like 5 hours, so I got to get some food. This was fun, though. I'll do this more. I made a bunch of progress on stuff that I otherwise wouldn't have been because I was locked in. Appreciate it. Thank you for watching, though. This was fun. I wasn't expecting as many people to have chimed in as did. It's very fun. Okay, here we go. We ready? We boot this bad boy up. I'm gonna type some things. Actually, I want to start over. I need to do that at the top. There's too much going on. There we go. Okay. Hello from the floating buffer. I forgot the name of the function. Okay. What did I call it? Editor text my editor. What did I call it? Already forgot. My fake editor. Excuse me. Hello from the floating buffer. There it is. Bottom left. It's been done. So you can extract the info, and you can navigate it like you should be able to navigate it like a normal text buffer. Now it's special in that like it's very primitive and clearly doesn't work quite right. But we're getting there. We're getting there. Cool. All right. Anything else? Anything else? I would love to be able to close it. I'd love to be able to close it. I don't know if I can though. Because so what I need to do, what I haven't done for the thoughtful viewer is basically right now what I'm doing with the component is I'm just pushing it up and I'm saying like this is a native component, have at it. And so like I don't get to intercept any of the events going in or out of it, like nothing. It just like it's within the event loop of the Rust code. What I need to do is I need to wrap it in a steel component first and then invoke it. So I need to compose them. Okay, so like you have your big, I need to put the rendering thing inside of my own large window. So then I'll make like on the steel side, I'll write a struct, I'll put the editor in it, etc. I'll push that up as a component. Then the rendering loop will invoke steel. And it'll say, please call the render function, call the event handler, call this. I will just delegate, right? So I will delegate and I'll say, please pass through the things, right? Pass through the things. And then otherwise, that would allow me to intercept like mouse events and various things like before they hit the editor so that I could either I could drag the window around, which I've done before, or I can intercept, like you can drag the window around, you can intercept, like, so I could say like, to like close the window, press escape or something like that. Like that part of the event handling is currently just lost to us. And that's basically because I have to implement this function, which I haven't done yet, which I can do right now in theory. I just have to do it. So I'll do it now because I'm talking about it. And then wrapped dyn component as mute ref. And then, 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 and Let's see if this like even behaves in the first place. Is it as ref mute? I don't even remember. I did this earlier. Okay. Better. Okay, better. And then okay. Awesome, that is working. So then I do inner dot handle then I just handle event and then I pass the event and then I have to make a compositor context from the context and then I pass that. Oh, this is cannot borrow as mutable. All right, whatever. There we go. Awesome. We have something working. We have something working. So that should be the native component handle event. It's like pass through the event. And I want to, what do I want to do? All right, that's fine. I'm not going to return anything from it because I don't quite know how to handle that right now. And then the last is cursor, I think. That I do want. And that I need the area and the editor. So for that, I'll need to pass the context in as well. Oh boy. And this is just the area. And then the component itself. cursor kind bar, whatever. Okay, so I need to do this for native component cursor. Actually, we'll do this one first. Needs the event. Actually, we'll do the component and then the event. Pass, so that first, event, components. And then I need to do one more for this, which is what does it take? Component and area. And then I will call it native component cursor. Call it with the context. And then the area and then the component. Nice. This is very good, actually. If I can get this working and I can try to slim down the editor view, it's very good because there's a lot of like little widget and buffer views that I simply cannot implement without this. I'm very excited. Native variable redefined, native component cursor. Oh, I see. Okay, let's try that. Yeah, I do think it will be very good if I can get this working well. Because then you can kind of do whatever you want. Okay, so now we got to change this up a little bit. It's going to have to change. Okay, so now make editor. I need to change that a little bit, but make editor will have to change this. Okay, so now I don't want to just push the component. Because if I push that component, then it's just gonna, we've lost it. What I want to do is define my own component. I haven't made one in a while though, so I need to double check how to do that. Or actually, the splash screen is probably the best one to yoink. Okay. Ugh. Oh, I gotta let the dog out. Okay, so I don't need this splash render. I just need like almost all of that. So this is like editor render. And what I want to do is I just want to call native or render native component. So this is like delegate to the underlying renderer. Okay, I'm just going to have it be, yeah, okay. Let's get rid of this, get rid of this. What else is there? There's the cursor. Okay, there's cursor. So editor event handler. We'll call with, and then we have cursor is like editor cursor. Oh, this dog. Okay, I want to finish this and then I'm done. Native component cursor. I want to get this part working. Native component cursor. This, or like the state. Call it with the state. They only call, I think for cursor, they call it with the area too. So, and we don't need the area. There we go. We're just delegating. And then if it's escape, otherwise, if we press escape, we want to close. Like we're just gonna close. That's just gonna be my little demo. And then otherwise, we're gonna call native component event handler, or native component handle event state, and then we're going to consume. Okay, and then we're gonna, I need my as component there, and then I need to put in my editor render function. Okay, so is that all we have? We have we have cursor, handle event, and render. Yeah. Well, it's working. Except that didn't work. Handle event. Ah, okay. Okay. Hold on. Almost. We're almost there. I forgot to pass the event through. Forgot. Not as nice. I know. One more try, though. It is odd. It's rendering below? I feel like it should push above. Why is that other text rendering below it? Or rendering above it, I mean. But then if I press escape, it goes away. Okay, so that's good. But then if I open it again, it should have the same contents. Nice. Cool. That's sweet. I'm glad that worked. That is cool. All right. Well, now I got to figure out why that rendering is being the way it is. I think I might need to clear the buffer first. I could try that. Let's try that. Not the right choice. Okay, not what I wanted to do. Oh, I know why. There we go. Oh, are you serious? Again? Well, I found some more out of bounds stuff I got to work on, but you know, for now, I would say that was a success. Oh, now it's just always crashing. What did I do this time? I don't even know what I did. Oh, maybe it was just a size thing. Okay, so let me try this again. Frame. Okay, yeah, that's it. I had to clear out what was there first. And then you can just type as you will. And then you press escape and it disappears. Okay, awesome. Well, that's going to be it for today. Thanks, everybody, for watching. This was fun. I'll probably do it again. I'll try to do it a little bit after work each day if I have some time. If I'm not not exhausted or whatever. All right. Catch y'all later. Thanks for watching. Bye.